Hey everyone. Hazelwood, Rebecca Yaris. Hey guys. Sorry, I just got home and a lot going on. Hey guys, I was not supposed to do sprints today because I had to work, but guess who called out? Me. I didn't feel like going to work today, so I spent the day at libraries, 2 different libraries, and yeah. Yep. Just really wanted to relax and hang out and not do much of anything, and I'm over here making more of a mess. Anyways, so we're gonna get started on sprints. Let me see. Let's do a 75-minute sprint because I really need to clean. I really need to do some reading today. I really need to fold clothes. Yeah, it's busted. Anyways, let's see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a timer. Hello, everyone. Wasn't supposed to do sprints today, but I called out of work, and so I just got home from Barnes & Noble. Hey, Cool Gamer. Hey, Ulysses. So, please don't mix those up with your books. I'm not. Okay. We went to multiple libraries because I was just avoiding having to go to work, and I'm utterly exhausted, so we just went to a few libraries and hung out. So now time to get my house in order because Lord have mercy. And these books are everywhere. Like I have books galore. I'm so grateful to be able to say that, but it's also getting out of hand, and I need to clean. So we're gonna do a 90-minute sprint, and I will see y'all back in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Hey everyone.
Hello.
Hey. How are you?
Oh, getting by.
That's good. Barely. How's the kids? The students?
They're good. I actually, in the last week, figured out what I want to do.
I'm curious. I want to know.
I want to go into special education, working with the autism kids.
Well, not everybody in special education is going to be autism, but
No.
unless you're at a special school that specializes it with it. But special needs is my thing.
Mm-hmm. And I very quickly realized that that is where I love being the most, is working with those kids.
Absolutely. And sometimes special needs can be based off of behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Only behavior. I'm not talking about like some type of, other, but strictly behavior.
Yeah.
You can qualify. So even with ADHD, if you have such severe ADHD, you can qualify for special needs.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
yeah. I love working with those kids. Like I've had such a great time with it. And the school district that I work the most with, they have a lot of great programs through the state and also like within the district for paying for the education to get certified for teaching, but also to go through and get my master's, to get my special education master's.
So you're like in education right now. Like this is it.
Yeah.
What
this is
what the 20s is for, because I swear you were into politics at some point.
No, I mean, like I am into politics in the sense that like I definitely view myself
for an office or something like that.
No, well, I had wanted to work in a place like as a secretary, where I was going to be working for the state and working within like the with both parties like constantly on basis. But it was more just like I just needed to get a different job. Like I didn't care what it was. I could be a secretary kind of thing. So, but no, special education has my heart, which I laugh at myself for because my mother also, that's what she's in. So
special ed, it's so warming. It's challenging, but it is the most rewarding job, which is why I enjoyed being a reading interventionist, because I got to work with kids who were struggling in reading. But special needs, being alone in the classroom, working on every subject, like it really is amazing.
yeah.
It really truly is. And I'm glad. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you. Just don't be no teacher assistant and special needs, because they don't pay enough. I'm sorry.
Well, I have to start there regardless because I don't have my teaching certificate. But what will be nice is that depending on what program I end up going with, I either can do it homegrown based, where I could like be in a specific district and like work within that district for so long, or I could go through the state. And that would be getting my master's, specifically my teaching certificate and my master's program all together, all done while I'm working. And like it'd be paid for.
That's too much work.
So it just really depends, because I would like to be able to have my master's in special education, so that I can be like a special needs teacher specifically.
You would get your master's in education and your license in special education.
Yeah. Something to that effect.
There's no master's in special education.
Yeah. Something to that effect.
But usually districts will give you, if you hit if you qualify, they can give you like a temporary license type of thing.
Yeah. Well, like, I know
working on it, pending passing the test.
Right. And I know several teachers in this area that are doing that, where like they're in the process of getting their master's right now with their license in special education and it's being paid for by the school or by the state or something like that, pending that they pass that.
Well, at least no. Okay. I mean, yeah. So in Texas, they will pay for a lot of schools will have grants for teachers with bachelors to get their masters.
Mhm.
But that's not what I'm referring to. So
Oh.
we have a program, several programs where while you're working on your masters, they give you an internship type of thing where you basically get teacher aid assistant money. It's called resident teacher.
Okay.
And you get to teach. You're a teacher in training, but it's a resident teacher. You get to teach and have a classroom with a temporary license while you work on your masters. Every Thursday, our resident teachers will go to their master's classes as a group, and we would have substitutes cover them every Thursday. But resident teachers get temporary licenses, so they get the pay as a teacher because they have their bachelor's. So you already have most of the qualifying factors. If you think about it, like I know masters are it's going to be great across the board to have, but it shouldn't deter you from actually starting the position. Even in Texas, if you have your bachelor's, you can have your bachelor's in anything. It doesn't matter what it is. You can have your bachelor's in anything. And you could turn around and get licensed in anything you want as a teacher. So you don't, as long as you have your bachelor's, you could be a teacher tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like at least in Texas, it's like we can give you. We have certain charter schools as well that will hire you if you have your bachelor's, but you have to sign an agreement that you will get licensed within 6 months or something like that.
Yeah. All I know is that in Michigan, when I went to go through this agency, basically this, that I get like sent to sub and buildings for, they, in order to be a substitute teacher, if you didn't have a teaching certificate already, you had to at least have like your bachelor's and prove that. It really wouldn't take much for me to get my teaching certificate. I don't think. I probably would have to take a few like education-based courses before I could become like a teacher, like just to be able to teach like English and drama, for instance, which was initially what I wanted to do back when I was in high school, but was kind of deterred from it for various reasons. And now, like, I just had to figure out which program specifically I would go with, and like if I would be able to get hired by somebody like sooner rather than later to be able to start that kind of thing. Because like I had one school where they were like, yeah, we have like a homegrown program where like if you get hired as a parapro, they will pay for your teaching certificate so that you can become a teacher, with them, provided you're there for so many years, after that. Then this other school, it was, hey, there's this program where if you're looking to get into special education specifically, the state will pay for your teaching certificate if you don't already have it, and then also pay for your special education classes to get your master's, especially if you're going into ASD, EI, or CI. So, because those are like really needed at least here in Michigan. Like it's a very lackluster group of people that have those capabilities.
Yeah, you have to be. Those are specialties. It's not just like, but yeah, I mean, if you could jump into it, having the qualifications, master's is going to come. That time is going to come. What I would hate to see, and what I've seen a lot, is that one, benefits, right? At least for me, y'all know I'm old. I need my medical insurance. 2, is the pay. When you're overqualified as a teacher aide, and you're getting paid, sometimes it's like $15 an hour. Also, keep in mind, they might start off at, like here, they start off at $20 an hour for teacher aides. But you're getting paid 187 days, split over 12 months, which is 300 and something days. I don't know, like 310 or something like that. But you're only getting paid for 187 days. So when you divide your paycheck before taxes
Mm-hmm.
and health insurance. When you divide your paycheck, it's $20 an hour, but it's really before taxes,
Yeah.
it's really like 14 because
Right.
you're getting paid for all those breaks, all those summer breaks and all of those things. Your paychecks are like, I think my paychecks were like $800. So it wasn't worth it, at least for me. Like
Mm-hmm.
that just, a lot of teacher aides can't maintain, all of their bills, and they're having multiple jobs. But if that's not a concern, be a teacher aide and and
Yeah.
get your master's. Anything that's gonna help you, no matter what, is great.
Yeah.
On the job experience, a master's. But if there is an easier route for us in Texas to get your teacher's certificate, you don't take courses.
Mm-hmm.
You can take online course. You can take online tutoring, and there's books. But all you do is go online. You schedule your course. You schedule when you want to take your test. If you don't pass it this first time, which most people, I met one person out of my 6 years of teaching, and I worked at 4 schools. I met one person who passed it the first time, and out of a lot of people. And so most of the time they redo it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $200. And then if you don't pass a certain section, you just take that, and then if you pass it, good, you're done. You're certified. You don't take. There's like literally just a website that you practice on.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, I have to get more specifics from people, but yeah, I don't quite know how it works here. All I do know is that my mom is a social worker, so she had a whole other caboodle she had to do. But for her, when she went and did her stuff, obviously she had to get licensed. She had to. She doesn't have a teaching certificate to my knowledge, but she does occasionally sub for people. She's worked in charter schools, she's worked in public schools. Like right now she's working at an alternative education building that she just told me this past weekend she is very likely just going to retire from. Because she loves that school so much. And it's a small school, but she works with the kids that need it the most in my hometown, where they've been bounced around from school to school. They cannot function. And one of my best friends I grew up with, she desperately needed that school because she had dyslexia, ADHD, and the normal public school system was not working for her.
Yeah.
She could not maintain her grades even with constant struggle. And so when she went to this alternative school, she flourished and was able to graduate from high school because of it.
That's amazing. Alternative school. I spent most of my high school at an alternative school. Originally because of behavior, but the second time I went in is because I chose it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to file a petition with the school board and stand in front of the school board and everything, because they said that's not how that school works. And I said, are you denying me from going to, like, it doesn't make any sense if I'm asking to go there.
Right.
Alternative schools are great. And they're, like you said, they're smaller, so they get to focus on, the kids itself. The way my alternative school was, eventually it rolled into like, oh, you're here, so you're here for the rest of the year. But eventually it rolled into every quarter, they had kids coming in and out.
Oh yeah, there was talk. This was because I just overheard it from like one room to another. But there was talk about a student that is going to have to come in the next. They do trimesters at the school. Oh. So the next trimester, this student's going to have to come from another school because he's failing his classes. He's not doing well, and the school that he's at is not supporting him. And they think he needs someplace a little bit different, where there is more focus for the student.
Are you working at the alternative school or just your mom?
My mom is. I was there though on Friday because I was helping out my mom, and I got paid for it to help with this thing. They called it Jingle Jams, which basically it was a fundraiser for their student council, where they did these little cute little bags that had a cup, stickers, slap bracelet, all kinds of goodies and stuff, just for like the kids, at the elementary schools in our area. This
What grades are you focusing on?
Well, I'm thinking at this moment in time, and this could change at any point as I get, further into my subbing and stuff while I'm figuring out how to go about this program. My focus right now would be more like K-5,
Mm-hmm.
because I adore those kids so much.
Yeah.
They are like, especially one of the schools that I've been at multiple times, the kids there, they know me now. And I make such good connections with them. Like there's one school in particular where I'm like, if I'm going to be in special ed, this is like my first choice for right now because I love these kids. They are so good. They are like, they're so easy to work with, even though they have such high needs.
Yeah. Man. That's amazing.
So
It's especially working with elementary school kids, or primary. We call it primary in Texas, but yeah, I absolutely love it. Oh, my self-contained babies.
yeah. And the kid I've been tutoring since beginning of November, his parents want me to finish the rest of the year with him. They want me to continue the rest of the year. So that's also super awesome because I love this kid. And I was kind of going to have some separation anxiety.
Yeah.
He's sweet.
That's how I actually, so with the school district I was with, it was just a charter school. I was a teacher aide, general teacher aide. And then I quit that position after a year and a half and became a substitute teacher. And I used that opportunity. My thing was, I already knew, obviously working in education, the experience, but I told myself that I would not substitute at school more than 3 days. And because of those attachments. And so I bounced around to every school because as much as you enjoy the kids, the biggest reason why people leave education across the board, doesn't matter what department you are in, is because of admin. So I bounced around and my goal was, 1, no attachment, but 2, I need to find the environment that I can thrive in for the next 5 years. And luckily I did that. The moment somebody put in their resignation for an ESL interventionist, I snatched it up because she called me and said, "Hey, I literally just got this notice about 6 minutes ago. We have a position open. I haven't even sent it to HR, but would you accept it?" And I said, "Absolutely." And that's when I took the position. But the biggest thing is going to be admin. It's going to be those deans. How are they working with you? Because you can sit there. My last school that I got transferred to, I sat there advocating for those kids and I loved them so much. But what drew me out of that school was admin. You cannot be in an environment, and you know this from the last job, where it is you are doing everything you can and you can't sleep at night because admin has pushed you away from being able to help those kids thrive in a certain way. They don't provide the resources that you need to help the kids. And the thing with special needs is you want to make sure that your classroom is set to be able to help those kids flourish, right? Putting things on the table. I had sensory everything. Oops, sorry. I had sensory everything. I had the ball chairs. I had the wiggle seats. I had the weighted blankets and weighted vest and all of these things to make sure that, even like hopscotch on the ground, to make sure that kids had what they need in the classroom. But the biggest thing is going to be admin. Going to be. They're going to make or break your experience, no matter how much you enjoy what you do. And that is why after COVID, people left in droves because of that. So as long as you found a school that is supportive, you bring them an idea, they're like, okay, let's bring this, let's figure this out. Otherwise, my last admin, no, that's not your job. Nope. They don't need that. Nope. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm out the door. I'm out the door. I go to those 504 meetings I go to the SPED meetings where we talk every year and update the files. And I'm advocating for these kids because I work with them on a daily basis and I'm being shot down left to right. So
I will say that with substitute teaching, it has given me a lot of like look into the schools. Like, for instance, on Friday, I was in, or not Friday, Thursday, I was substituting in my hometown for a first grade class at an elementary school where I kid you not, every time I turned around, I saw somebody that I had grown up with. Like, I saw my second grade teacher who I absolutely loved, and I bawled my eyes out when I saw her because I hadn't seen her since I was in high school. I saw like just tons of people, and I found kids that were kids of teachers I had when I was in high school or middle school, and I'm like, oh my god, you're so and so's kid. You look just like them. That, like, it's ridiculous. But I found out I definitely don't want to be a first grade teacher of any kind. I am fine with
first grade is my favorite.
I don't know if it was just this class or what, because this, I will say, it was my first time teaching first grade, but like these kids were just rowdy as all get out.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
Your classroom management has to be on par with them. I'm telling you, on par. I give a look. It's done. That's it.
And like most of the kids were fine, but it was just those couple that, like, like just by seeing how they act, that they are the ones that have the behavior problems on a regular basis. Like, there was one or two where I'm like,
yeah, you shut it down.
Oh, you two are making my life harder. And I'm shutting it down, but you are trying to throw it back up, and I am not about it. You are making my job harder, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
But then you had like 5 kids who were like, I know how to deal with them. I know how to do this. I know how to take care of them. I appreciate you. I do, but
sit down.
Sit.
Everybody. Yo, I'm so excited for you. Wait till you get those parents that, ain't nothing wrong with their kids. Be like, okay. But I could do so much for them. I could do so much for them.
Oh my gosh.
And it's just, I'm like, you have no idea, because you cannot tell a parent that your child needs XYZ. You can't tell a parent that your kid is too low, and you can't tell a parent that their kid is too high, because gifted and talented is also under the umbrella of special education.
Oh yeah. Like the kid I tutor, the kid I tutor, I can almost guarantee you that kid has ADHD. But his parents are nervous of getting him tested, mostly because of a cultural background. They're Vietnamese. So there's a whole cultural thing with that. And I tried to explain to them, I was like, it's not like it's going to, make or break anything. It's just going to give us a better idea of what he needs when it comes to helping him focus and helping him stay grounded and really like make it my job easier and his learning experience easier. And they were like, no, we're not ready for that right now. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
And a lot of, depending on the school district, you're not even allowed to have that conversation at all. You cannot have, a lot of the times you cannot have that conversation, because again, you're telling a parent that their child needs something. And so when a kid is too low, you can't even suggest testing. You can't, you can, I would word it in a way of like, maybe we're missing something here, and maybe there's some, do you have a family history of dyslexia or any learning disabilities? And then if they don't allow you to test them at all, then it's like, okay, but you want me to treat your kid special and give them extra attention and extra help in the classroom. They don't have the documentation for that. They don't have the 504s. They don't have the SPED docs,
IEPs, anything.
Just like them over there, who with no documentation. And it used to grind my gears, because as an interventionist, it's like there's only so much you can do. There's only so much I can do. You tied my hands. Yeah. So when your kid just continues, and then you see these people like, you see these teachers. It went viral a couple months ago of like this 7th grade teacher talking about how people are still reading on the 4th grade level in 7th grade, and how they got moved up. How else they got moved up? You think we could just force kids to be held back? What you mean? Yeah, they're in 7th grade on the 4th grade level. Yeah, because we don't have a choice.
Yeah, I actually worked at a middle school where I was in a special ed room dedicated to groups of kids who had 1st to 3rd grade reading level. These were 6th to 8th grade kids.
Yeah.
Smart as all get out when it comes to talking and conversing.
In that classroom, they have the documentation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about people in a regular classroom with no documentation. And it's like, but you can't. What do you want me to do? What? And then I'll sit in a parent teacher conference meeting, and I'll show them the data of this 2nd grader reading on a kindergarten level. And I said, this is where your kid is. This is where they're supposed to be. I got the visual to show you. But this is where they're at, but this is where they're supposed to be. Okay, that's fine. Help them. I said, we are. But, maybe there's something else that they need that we're not giving to them in the classroom. Okay. That ain't my problem. Y'all need to help them a little bit more. We're trying to. Do you want to sign off on testing? We're trying to. What do you want me to do? This is why I jumped at the fact that the moment they said, "Oh, my daughter has blah 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 blah," get the forms, because baby, extra time, extra reminder. I want it all. Okay, throw it on there, because what you're not gonna do is, if she needs help, don't call. I know she needs help. That's what the documents is for. Yeah, I was quick, baby. Quick. You said ADHD? Not a problem. I'll get that dog. I got a 504 so fast. I said a schedule 504 meeting. I had it in 2 days. 2 days. Don't worry about it. I got you. But that's the oh man, I miss teaching so bad. I was thinking about it last week. I miss teaching so bad. I miss working with the kids in the family. I really do. Those families be A1. But admin drove me out. I couldn't do it no more. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I was threatened write-ups all the time for advocating for kids and how it wasn't my place to do this because I'm not their homeroom teacher. And I'm like, and that's the thing with, even with a special needs student, unless they're self-contained, you are not their homeroom teacher.
Mm-hmm.
They could be with you majority of the day.
Yep.
You are not their homeroom teachers. And I was like, okay. Hello, everyone. We have a passion for education. Can you hear it? I love seeing, and the thing I love about 1st grade is 1st grade if you look at the reading levels, 1st grade has the biggest jump.
Oh my God.
They start from like reading cat, hat, sat, right? Rhyming word, or 3-letter CVC words, to reading chapter books.
Mm-hmm.
They have the biggest academic jump than any other grade.
It is fascinating to watch too.
It is, especially once you start putting the data together, and seeing where they were and where they're at. And so,
just the tutoring I've done in the last month and a half, within 2 to 3 weeks, I saw a massive difference in this kid's reading. Mm-hmm. Especially because of the tutoring he was doing outside of school, it was helping him so much. We are light years ahead of where he used to be.
Oh, absolutely.
He still has so much work and so much room to grow, but I was shocked.
Yep.
At the jump.
Absolutely. With proper intervention, with proper reading, I can only talk about reading because that's what I did for 6 years. But with proper reading intervention, I could teach a kid English, basic English, who spoke no English at all within 6 weeks. I can get a kid who struggled with reading and read at a pre-K level, where they were only able to identify maybe a few letters or, maybe a few words, to actively reading on grade level in 1st grade within 7 weeks. I could push the bar. That's with proper intervention and proper documentation that kids with needs need.
Yeah.
I could push the ball. I could push it to 7 weeks and get them to read. They will be actively reading those beginner chapter books. from reading nothing but letters.
It's
It
amazing.
is amazing the amount of work, and that's in 30-minute sessions. But again, I struggled with being able to advocate for kids and get them the help that they need. Teaching them, a lot of the kids I had to use dyslexia strategies with because they were so far behind. There had to be something there. There had to be, I'm missing something. Something's not working. But to be able to phoneme, like, just go through the phonics and knock out the phonics and learn how to decode. Those were, I had to use the dyslexia strategies so they knew the rules to phonics to be able to read and sound out. And so, yeah, we were coding, we were doing so many different things.
Mm-hmm.
But man, oof, I wish me and the dean, my final teaching job, me and the dean walked out together with our stuff. She quit, I quit. We both walked out with our rolling carts. So, it was hilarious. I miss it though. I miss my clients. I think I need to go back. Look, me too. If I would make the money that I need, I would go back in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. But no, I cannot. I do want to go back to tutoring. My sister runs a tutoring program where it's online.
Mm-hmm.
And I also did tutoring for Book Nook, which is a online book subscription company that schools use to read, so kids have access to books on their level. And they also have tutoring. And so I did online tutoring for phonics with the company my sister works for. And they're like 20-minute sessions for 2 hours. And I got to work with, it's just one-on-one with the kid. And so the kids sit in a classroom with a bunch of computers and they have that one-on-one tutor for 20 minutes. And so it was great. It worked a lot for my ESL kids too. I loved it. Every tongue got to confess, 20%. Most states have emergency certificate programs. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And as long as you have your bachelor's and show that you are enrolled in an emergency certificate program, you could be teaching full time.
I'm going to have to see if that's what we have in Michigan, because I don't know if that's what they were talking about or if it's something different.
Yeah, a lot of states, because after COVID, people were leaving like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
People were leaving like crazy.
Yeah.
The working environments people could not handle. And as much as I built my department from the ground up. And literally from the ground up, we had nothing, no structure, no nothing, no data, nothing. And so I built my department from the ground up at my last school, and I loved work. I had to call over 400 parents and sit down with them over a course of 2 months. And that's what I'm saying. If you could do the job, you can do the job.
Mm-hmm.
You can handle. If you can handle the data, go for it. Because, like she said, most schools, especially Michigan, I'm sure.
I would think. I just don't know.
I remember seeing them on the news so many times when schools back up. Yeah. Okay. University has a master's in special education. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I have to look more into it. I have to get more information about it because, like, for instance, the program where you could get not only your master's but your teaching certification, that program, I can't remember for the life of me what the teacher said the program was called, because she's currently in it, getting her master's that is being paid for while being a self-contained special education teacher. Like, she's the lead of the entire school, of all the parapros and like who they go to. And she works with like 2 or 3 kids in the self-contained room all day.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with her side by side this past week, and she was telling me about it. But now I can't think of what the program she was talking about was for the life of me.
She wasn't a resident teacher?
I don't think so.
She's licensed.
Yeah.
that she's licensed. I think not focusing on the master and focusing on the license is how you get your foot in the door to open up a lot more programs and loan repayment programs.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be licensed. Now,
Right.
if you want to jump into your master's, you could be a para and jump into your master's. You could be a substitute teacher and jump into your master's. But being licensed is the key to a lot of. It opens the door to a lot.
Yeah.
Including jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Kiana. How are you? Hey, Shay Shay. I saw her earlier. ML. Hey, ML. Hello, Allie. How are you? How are you guys? Allie is home. And baking tarts. My house smells good. I'm coming over. I'm coming over. Look, and the teacher showed up. I love that Allie or ML said a lot of her teacher friends passed the first time. Of course they did. I want tarts too. Oh, I wish I can see you. I hope everything was good. Everything went well in the competition. Hey, Courtney. Free is always great too. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
If I can get both of those things paid for, sign me up.
Yeah.
Seriously, why would somebody want to miss that kind of an opportunity? And apparently they're constantly taking applications.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, for like us in Texas, the school districts the state will pay for your bachelor's if you're a para, but only if you work at a public school.
Mm-hmm.
Which public schools only pay $16 an hour. And by the time because you're only getting paid 187 days, your checks are like $12 an hour.
Which for me, if that's the way that it ended up being, where I had to start out as a parapro, or if I had to do substitute teaching, but like I could still go through this program, I'm still doing, something else. I'm not just going to be doing that. I'm going to continue with my tutoring. I'm going to continue, because I got myself a raise with continuing tutoring because the family likes me that much and they're willing to pay more for me.
That's good. That's good. If you're willing to work multiple jobs, absolutely. That's great.
I mean, I do now. And I've got my apothecary business, if I can do shift on the weekends, I do that, I can make that work while going to school. But eventually something will go backwards. And I already kind of have an idea of what would go back if I had to fully
when you're having to do all of that. Like I had 3 jobs as a para. And and on top of being a single mom, and so I drug her around with those other 2 jobs, and so something gets sacrificed, and I know that's what you're referring to as far as like something goes back. Something gets sacrificed because you're not Superwoman, right? No. You don't have all the time in the world, but it is what it is. If you're doing it for your passion, and you're able to keep up, if you're able to work, keep another job, work as a para, and still study for school, which is a lot on anyone's plate, then definitely go for it. I think that, if you're going to get paid the pay is like little compared from your bachelor's to your master's, very little. I mean, like it wasn't even worth it. When I think you get for us, you get a $1,500 bonus if you have a master's, and the pay went up like $2,000 a year. That's it. Like that, it was a $2,000 difference between your bachelor's and your master's per year, not even per check, per year. And that's just wasn't enough, that most people just didn't end up doing it. But it is free a lot of the times. For us, as if you are a para, you have to be a para. The state will pay for it if you are a para for 1 year. If you are a substitute teacher, you have to complete like 3,000 hours before you even qualify. Like, you have to hit one of those. You have to be a pair for at least a year, and then you have to be a substitute, and you have to hit like 3,000 hours. Otherwise, the state won't pay for it. So it will pay for it, but for us, public schools don't pay that much. So you want to get into a charter school.
Which in my area, there's plenty to go from.
Yeah, for charter schools, the state won't pay for your education. Like, even if you are a pair for a year or substitute for 3,000 hours, the state will not pay for at all. So it was never an option for me to get free tuition because I chose charter.
Right.
But I chose charter because they pay $4 more. So it just, I rather take the money than the education. So I never got the free tuition.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, either way, you found something that you really enjoy. If you could be a teacher, absolutely. If you could just be a licensed special education, all you need is a certificate under your belt. I'm telling you, like, I know people that come out of accounting and become teachers, and they study over a summer and they pass their tests, and next thing you know, they have a job paying $65K. Like, it just is. And it's not even look at the difference between the bachelor's and the master's. Maybe it is a significant difference. I don't know. And then, like I said, it just also depends if you're working for public or if you're working for charter.
Right.
Because that's private. They deal with our charter school was a public charter school, but it was still funded by it was still nonprofit, and it was funded by people, not by the state. So, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it. You found a niche, though. You got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. And that's right now. I found my niche. Now I need to figure out what path is the easiest for me. And I've got until the end of the school year at the very least.
Yeah. So
once I figure out what path is the easiest and the most, this is something too that Robert and I have to discuss, right? Like, because if I do this is going to affect us in some ways. So like, once I figure out what my plan is, talk it over, figure out what's going to be the path of least resistance and easiest ability for me to get where I want, like, this is like I said, I just realized that this was what I wanted to do this past week. So I have like so much time, and the husband and the boys are home. Hello.
Not that much. They start hiring in March, but you still have time.
Yeah. Right.
Hiring starts in March. It's in full force in April. It dies off until July. So by then the spots are taken because people have already put in their transfers, if they are transferring or if they're quitting. But some people quit last minute and they quit in July. So you have time. Not that much time, but you do have time. And then if you choose to just go directly to being licensed, then of course you have to study. So,
yep.
Yeah. And then once you get the job and you're licensed, then you have to learn the job itself. Because the thing with especially if you're a special education teacher, you're not just you're working as a department. You're working over the paras. You're working, like you're running the entire department for that school. You could have, even though that there's only 3-4 self-contained students under the umbrella of special education, you could have 75 kids.
Right, because there's so many of them that can be in gen ed classrooms either for half the day, part of the day, or the whole day. They're still
documented. Yep. They're still documented. I had, for example, I had a kid who was special ed who only went to the classroom, the resource room, twice a week for 30 minutes. And that was it. Otherwise, you didn't see him. there's also special education where the teacher goes into the classroom and sits with the student for inclusion. You sit in the classroom next to him for 30 minutes, and you have to create that schedule for that para or that teacher or yourself to go into. So you don't not every special education student is going to come to you.
Mm-hmm.
Half of our special education students are in the classroom all day, and we just sat there with them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and
like the speech pads, or the social workers.
Yeah, speech is also special education.
Yep.
Either way, that data is yours to track, whether you're meeting with the kids or not. The data is yours to track. So speech is under special education. So is OT.
Yep.
Physical therapy.
Mm-hmm.
All of those are under special education. Can y'all see? We just love this. I just love this. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry, Brandy. I've been neglecting her. Anyways, hey guys, Free's always great. Yeah, I couldn't get to it. I couldn't get to the front
for the recital thing. I think is what she means
for her daughter's thing. I gotta y'all, Texas is ghetto. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Oh, look at her.
Yeah, I saw the videos of it yesterday.
Dang, I missed it. I'm just seeing it. She did an amazing job. Okay. What are you reading? Are you reading, or are you working on content?
Right now I'm just trying to figure out timeline stuff for January, and I'm trying to get my schedule figured out for this week because I have to make my Christmas presents for everybody this week, which yours and Brandy's and Adrian's are going to be arriving probably after Christmas. But
don't get me anything. It's fine.
I'm not getting anything. I'm making you something.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Making actually something for you and Allie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So they'll probably get there after Christmas, but I'll try to get them out as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. That's exciting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I am reading Sword of Kagan.
Ooh, that's good.
Alex wants to share what she's reading. This is Amulet by.
It is book 6.
She's on book 6. So we had to drive to the other side of the city to find the rest of the series because she's obsessed with it. She loves graphic novels. And so she ended off on book 6 this afternoon, or book 2. No, thank you. And now she's on book 6. So yeah, she is having a good time. And so yeah, she's reading this one. She just wants to share that. What are you reading, Brandy?
Just reading The Veiled Throne so I can finish it.
How far are you into it?
Only a couple pages, but I plan on at least getting halfway sometime Wednesday. So
I finished Speaking Bones yesterday. When I tell you, I just cried. I'm like, for it to be such a slow pace, how emotional those books are is just, it's too much. It's too much. But Speaking Bones was The Veiled Throne. I have mixed emotions because it was good and then it was just boring for a long second, majority of the book. And but Speaking Bones, it gets better. Push through.
Oh yeah, I plan to. I'm just gonna go with the motions of this one.
Yeah, it gets good. I'm looking forward to reading more fantasy, so I'll be reading this today. So I'm about 20% in, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. Of course, one of my favorite books from last year. Yeah. After this, man, I gotta read those barbarian books.
Yeah, those are so good.
M- Just man. And Elise was on my throat talking about you were that. No, I said I was going to read them. I said I agreed that I was going to read them months ago. And then said, let me find out it Bree's far ahead of us and da da da. And meanwhile, y'all two have finished the whole series. It's not even the end of the month.
Well, we just read the first 5.
That's all we were supposed to read.
Ridiculous.
And look, I finished 3 and it was like, okay, I'm too far ahead. Let me slow down. No, they finished all 5 of them. Speaking Bones gave me the ending I wanted in since book 2. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
Makes me think there shouldn't have been 4 books.
I think he could have cut the Veiled Throne some. I mean, some of it was pertinent. I just found it such a slow pace that, like, come on, get to the point. But it all ties in the 4th book, and he could have honestly made that 4th book even longer. And I don't ever say that about any book, but there's just so much. Oh, I understand why he took so long to finish it. I think he took like 2 years or something like that to finish it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it's done. It's done. We finished it. The Witcher next year, which I finally I was gonna buy the books, but then my library had them all, and I was like, I'm not buying the books. So The Witcher, and then Mel from Tomb Raider is doing Sun Eater series.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of high fantasy next year, for sure. 2024. I'm not ready for it, but I hope you guys are with all your goals. I haven't put mine together. So, yeah. Gonna be great times. Great times. Hey, Erin. How are you? Oh my God. That part with just get off the internet. Get off the internet. Oh my God. Make me. Oh, I'm coming over. Just mail me some, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for the shipping. I will pay for the shipping. Okay, so we're going to do 75 minutes. And yeah. So I can get back into this book. All the books were necessary, but there were parts that could have been edited more. So much happens in Speaking Bones. It's wild. Which is why I say that book could have kept going. Like, he could have added so much. The transitions, Ken Liu is amazing at being able to transition from one scene to another scene. Like, you're in the middle of dialogue, and next thing you know, like, you're switching over to something else. And it just, he's great. He's great. He's great. I will continue to read him. One day I might reread this series because I feel like I definitely could benefit from rereading it. All right, 75 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Hey, man, this book is amazing. Oh, I needed this. I just wanted to read some really good books, and this was it.
Nothing like a strong mama for a strong mama.
Man, oh, and I feel for her. Like she be trying to stay in her place, but then she watches her kids, and it's like, you know, they struggling. Let me put my mom hat on and support my kids. And yeah, she's so strong. Oh, so strong. Couldn't be me. So I just got to the part where she received a letter from her old roommate and saying that she's in danger and her family's in danger. And so, yeah. How was your 75 minutes?
Good. I think I did all the planning I can do, and I ended up reading 2 chapters of my book.
Yay. Which book are you reading?
It's called Psychotic by L. Lincoln. It's an indie urban fantasy. It's actually really good. And for a book that's not quite 400 pages, it feels denser. Like it feels like a more dense urban fantasy, which I'm actually loving.
Okay.
Because it actually feels quality.
Gotcha. Did you ever finish the audiobook gig that you had?
Yeah, I think I did a while ago.
Yeah. You were in the middle of it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
The last time we talked about it, you had sit back and was waiting for it to be approved or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's awesome. How's your book, Brandy?
Oh, it's good. I'm just about 67 pages in, so not too far in.
67 pages?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I thought you said 60%, or at least my brain translated to 67%. And I'm like, how?
No. Mm-mm.
A speed reader. Okay, eating books.
Or that would be skimming. That's what that sounds like.
Absolutely. Hey, Adrian, how's your book?
Good evening, everyone. It continues to be good. This was evidently the weekend I needed to catch up on some sleep since Friday was my last day at work until January, because I surely did not read until just now. So I'm at 58% of This Could Be Us, and it continues to be really good.
Man, I wanted that arc so bad, but that's okay.
So good. Book is so good.
My sister yelled at me and everything. She was like, "Why would you not get this arc?" Because I'm not a romance girly. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, I'm on the waiting list, but it'll be awesome enough. So yeah, that's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I saw Kennedy Ryan posted that she was in Hollywood for potential adaptation or something. So.
No, not potential. It actually is adopted. So this is a part of the Skyland series.
Mm-hmm.
So she was having meetings with them.
Gotcha.
So
that's good.
It's like good for her.
Very good for her. Like, well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Tia. Hey Alana. Nora Roberts. Isn't that the author? Well, I see Nora Roberts all the time, but doesn't she have like a series that has like 70 books or something like that?
Oh, she's got hundreds of books.
Hundreds. She also writes under J.D. Robb. It's a totally different series that she does.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I have several of her books, and I've read a couple of them, and they're not bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what exactly I was expecting going into Nora Roberts, and I don't know what anyone thinks going into them if it's going to be straight up romance, but they're not just straight up romance. Like she does like romance suspense, she does like fantasy a little bit here and there. Like it's interesting.
Yeah, but just one series has like 50 books, right? I know she has hundreds of books. She has published hundreds of books. I didn't know that she wrote under J.D. Robb.
Mm-hmm.
I see a ton of that author too. Mm-hmm. But from my understanding, she has a series that is just like continues and is ongoing.
I'm looking it up right now.
She's still publishing under that series.
Mhm.
I'm not surprised. That's oof, man. But yeah, that's good that you're reading it because I would never. Hey, Deja. I'm reading A Christmas Romance. Hey, Sword of Kaigen is so good. It is.
Yes.
I read it last year because Brandy had it for her book club pick, and I just needed some. I need to end the year with some amazing books that I know for a fact I was going to enjoy, and this was one that I picked. Like, I'm falling in love with the characters again. I really wish I bought the book 2 and 3. Of course, they've been discontinued, and she's not publishing them anymore. Maybe I'll go online and see if I can find them like on some type of website or something. But yeah, I really should have. I didn't realize she was going to discontinue them. But yeah.
So did she stop writing altogether?
No, she had a book come out this year.
It's like has a red cover.
Oh, crap! Because it was supposed to
Bright something under Bright. I don't remember.
Blood Over Bright Haven, I think.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, because I remember like it was supposed to be out like maybe like June or something like that. And I don't remember, but it ended up coming out in July, I think.
Blood Over Bright Haven is the book, and I heard a couple people talk about it's one of their favorite books of the year. I have it downloaded because it's on Kindle Unlimited, but yeah, that came out back in July on the 25th.
Okay.
Still publishing, but yeah, this year was heavy on. She also did an anthology as well with a bunch of other authors. Alchemy something. I don't remember.
The Alchemy of Sorrow.
Jinx soda. Yeah, Alchemy of Sorrow. So they're definitely still publishing.
Bree, you were right. Nora does have a series that is almost 60 books long right now, but it's under JD Robb. The 57th book came out this year, and book 58 comes out in 2024.
Oh my god!
And it looks like a mystery series, like mystery thriller with romance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
I mean, look at James Patterson with the Alex Cross series. That series is going on like 30 some, if not 40 books.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't got nothing to do with almost. I mean, that's a lot, but almost 60, bruh. You should have stopped at 15. I'm sorry. At this point, what more do you have to say? At this point, I know these characters so much. Y'all need to start paying bills. Like, you know, I feel like I'm a part of the family. 60 books in. If y'all want to take up this much space in my head, I'm sorry.
Imagine though
on the 7th.
Imagine the person that's been reading these since book 1. Like when they first came out, somebody that's stuck around for that long.
You can't even stop at that point. You can't even stop at that point. Like almost 60 books. Almost 60 books. What for what? Oh my gosh. 16 pages of Aftershock. It's book 8.5 of Ice Planet Barbarians. Oh my goodness. I need to read the novellas. But I don't know. A Page 100. Rivers Sing Me Home. Ooh, I love that cover. I'm gonna read that. I hope you're enjoying it. Graded like 6 essays, 10 exams. What? Man, that's amazing. My grades are due on the 22nd. How many more do you have to go? Like 300? I don't know how many classes you have. I started this weekend with over 300 assignments to grade. Oh my god. Oh my god. 300. This is why professors have those tests that's multiple choice, so it just grades itself. It just grades itself. Because man, that's crazy. I'm down to 215 right now, making some progress. Okay. I mean,
Good.
you got a few
Good.
days.
Oh, you're almost there.
Yeah. Do like 75 a day. You'll get there. I believe in you. I'm so excited for it to be over after soon. Have a nice longish break. Lord Jesus, I just twisted that up. Are you not doing winter? First semester completed, ML, at your new school as a new professor. Congratulations. That's something to be excited about and celebrate. I've done no reading, but I did do quite a bit of cleaning. I'm proud. Look, you are goals. I sat here and neglected my cleaning, my cooking, and said, I'm just going to read. That's all I got. Yeah, some of my exams are short question, but I must grade. Yeah, exams are so much easier grade than essays. Oh, absolutely. I love it. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. All right, I'm thinking a 30-minute, and then after that, I'm done. Cause I got a 15-hour day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off for bed because I gotta
Yeah.
work tomorrow.
11 for you guys, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's only 10 for me, so. Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and if you need to head out.
Yeah.
For sure. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for inviting me.
And congratulations for the job.
Thank you.
Oh, you got a new job. Congratulations.
No, well, not exactly. I figured out that I want to go into doing special education. So I'm going to be making steps to try to figure out how I can become like a special education teacher. I found my niche basically in education.
Found her niche. She found her niche. Her specialty niche. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Except when the student tried to die in my classroom. I can't recall if I told anybody about that. What? Oh my God.
Oh, whoa.
Unresponsive. I had to call 911. It was insane. What happened?
Oh, God.
Wow.
What
I'm
the world?
scared. Shoot.
Unresponsive.
Ooh. Yeah,
That's one way of getting extension.
Sheesh.
That is one way of getting extension. My essay will be a few days late.
I hope the student is okay.
Man.
Oh my God.
Unresponsive. There are so many things that could have happened. Like, did they have other medical? I thought he just dozed off at the end of the lecture. I thought he would wake up with all the movement in class. I mean, he did not. Oh, I was yelling his name in his face. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Okay, but you're not telling us if he's okay. I mean, I'm sure he would be because, I mean, it doesn't sound like. No, let me stop. Are they okay? Yeah, I want to know. Oh, Pokemon World, not touching students. Look. No, absolutely. My CPR techniques would have kicked in and just. Girl, if you don't tell us if he's okay, I promise you I'm coming over there. I promise you. Tell us if he's okay. Okay. Like, he's okay, I think. Okay, so he was rushed off to the hospital? Was he responsive when the paramedics came? I don't know why he was like that and probably never will. He was breathing, right? He just wasn't responsive, like he wasn't waking up
Mm,
because you would have checked his pulse, right?
Wonder,
that's scary too.
wonder if they took something and it just.
Yeah, I was wondering if he took something too. I
Or
left.
they had a condition which made them unresponsive because they weren't taking their meds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was thinking. Either he took something or he has a pre-existing condition and it just
Mm-hmm.
I left paramedic was working on him. He was slightly responsive.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
But he was breathing, right? He was breathing, he had a pulse. He just wasn't waking up.
I still remember 6th grade and guy in my class having a seizure, and he was sitting across from me, and I had never seen somebody have a seizure before. It's still in my memory,
Mm-hmm.
and that was many years ago.
Yep. You never forget it.
No. Mm-mm.
You never forget it. It's the most terrifying thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like me and my daughter were talking about when she was rushed off to the hospital after having a seizure. And we were talking about it today. And I said, I'm gasping for air. I'm freaking out. I'm just yelling on the phone with 911. They rushed her off in the ambulance. She was she wasn't really lucid. And she was slurring her words. And so I was like, by the time I got to the hospital, I parked in a park somewhere I wasn't supposed to park. And I'm running inside the hospital and she's playing with a toy. I said,
Oh, wow.
so we got to laugh about it today, but it's traumatizing. It's something that you'll never forget.
Yeah.
You'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
911 operator hadn't even gotten me to check for the pulse by the time they were coming into the building. Wow. Why would the 911 operator get you to check the pulse? No. Well, I guess if you're not like you don't know what to do, you're in shock. Like I guess
Mm-hmm.
check the pulse, check the check if they're breathing. Honestly, I think it was opiate use. Yeah, I was going to say because I mean, like young college student, and if he was like somewhat, they have that nasal spray thing that they can give people, who are not overdose, but like they're
Narcan. Isn't that Narcan?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Narcan. And paramedics have it. Seizure, stroke, heart attack, all of those would have made him fall out of his chair, right? No, not at all. Nope. That requires a physical movement, some type of involvement. When he's asleep and slouched over, like let's say he's resting, it doesn't, unless he's physically jolting, you'll never know. Because how many people have heart attacks in their sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not shaking, you're not moving. And even a stroke doesn't physically, especially if you're asleep, which it sounds like he was, whether it was voluntary or not, based off if he took something, you wouldn't see those responses. And seizures come in different
I
ways.
was literally about to say that.
My daughter's seizures, she stares off and it looks like she's daydreaming. And sometimes you can see her eyes twitch.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes her vision just goes out. So, and she's not physically moving her body.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times she's just not here at all. It's just not a physical movement.
Yeah, I had a student come to me years ago when I was working at my first School of Higher Ed, and she knew it was coming. And so she said something to me, and I said, sit right here. And then I went to one of our admins because we were a big office, so we had more than one admin. And I told her, I said, tell security we need an ambulance up here ASAP. Student is having a seizure. And she said, oh my God, okay. And security came upstairs, and I stayed with her. Then 911 came upstairs, and by the time they came upstairs, like maybe 5 minutes later, she was feeling okay, but she had, one of those wristlets.
Yeah.
I said the exact type of seizures that she had, so they knew what they could do with her. And she was like, thank you. And I said, no. I said, you're welcome. I said, you're gonna be okay. She said, yeah. She said, it's just that when I have stress, sometimes it just comes.
It triggers it.
And I said, well, I'm glad that I was able to help you. But I was like, oh my goodness.
It's scary.
Yeah. It's so scary. And it's great that people are so self-aware that have them. Like, I cannot wait till my daughter gets to that point but she has only people that have seizures are the number one, or almost the number, I think either number one or number two neurological disorders. And my daughter has one of the rarest seizures that there's not even a lot of information. And I dug for months looking it up. Only 3% of known seizure cases, 3% of the population that have seizures have her type of seizures. And so you always want to make sure that they're on the ground, and never somewhere where they can, if they're in their chair, they can, fall over, bump their heads or anything like that. You just want them on the ground so they have a less likely of hurting themselves. But yeah, I can't wait till we get to that point. But it's so traumatizing. It's so scary to see. I've seen people have strokes. It's the same way. Kind of looks like a seizure, but it's really impacts usually one side of the body. So I'm now a mini pharmacy in my purse. I got BC powder in case somebody is having a heart attack. I got seizure medication, Tylenol, aspirin. I got Band-Aids galore, gauze, just because, you just never know. You never know. I should buy some.
Things happen so fast.
Yeah, so fast. You never know. I even have one of those choking devices that you plunge. Yeah, all in my purse. I'm just extra at this point. I was so happy he was not deceased in my classroom. Look. I really hope he's okay. But if it is opiates, that the school knows, because luckily it was the end of class. Can you imagine if it was the middle of class and you've had to call 911 and all the students were there?
Yeah, it'd be disruptive.
Very disruptive. Very disruptive. And I'm sure that the school is a drug-free zone. So, man, that's scary. He came back for the final and he's like, okay. He's okay enough. So worried about him. No, absolutely. Absolutely. You never know people's medical issues if they don't have to disclose. Yeah. And legally, they don't have to. You don't have to. But that's a major concern. At this point, nobody goes to sleep. Nobody goes to sleep. Nobody goes to sleep, whether it's towards the end of the class or not. I'm sorry. Nope. When I was in high school, a kid in my class, he had seizures and he was like a daydreaming too. Yeah. He didn't realize how different it could. I didn't realize how different it could look until his video project for class. Look. And the crazy thing is, I've seen, you think that the kids are off task when they're doing it, but they're unresponsive, but they're looking. And my daughter's seizure, she can talk to you while she's having them. Some people can't. But it's the craziest thing ever. And her eyes would just be twitching. And I'm like, huh? What? And she's just like talking. And I'm like, girl, staring off in space. I'm like,
Does she know what she's talking about? Is she making sense?
she doesn't remember afterwards, but she does
Oh
make sense.
wow.
Yeah, she does make sense. The thing is with her, with the seizures can be mild and affect only a part of the brain, but
Mhm.
then those big, what we call grandma seizures, those are the ones that they're violently shaking, and she's had a few of those. And so those violently shaking is the whole brain is being, is on kind of
That was the guy in my sixth grade class that was sitting across from me.
yeah, those
Mhm.
grandma shake, those are like
Uh,
the whole brain being used. But
mhm.
when you have fecal seizures, it's partial seizures, and it's one part of your brain. You can still have violently shaking, but a lot of the time, sometimes you'll just have like, I've seen people. My old coworker, her father had them where he would just like tense, and then he'll just be like slowly shaking like this, and his arms would tense and legs would tense, and then it would just stop. So it's not like full on ground, twitching, shaking.
Mhm.
They look different in other, places. I've seen people stare off, and they'll just be staring off, twitching slightly, but mostly daydreaming. Yeah, it's super scary because you never know, and like, but they can turn into those smaller seizures can turn into the really big ones. And
Mhm.
if you have too many of those really big ones, children, they'll get half their brain removed just to remove all the damaged tissue. Yeah.
Mhm.
The students of the next class were trying to come into the classroom. Oh no. Oh, I also have a mini pharmacy in my purse. Yeah, mostly for myself. Look, it seems like everywhere I go, there's something happens, and I'm like, you never know when you need a band-aid and gauze. I don't know why. I have a full first aid kit in my car too. I have a fire extinguisher in my car. I'm just like paranoid, just I almost had to use my fire extinguisher this year because it was so hot. We had a little mini wildfire off the side of the road, but
Mhm.
I pulled over, and next thing you know, like I was getting the stuff out of my trunk. Fire department was coming down the street, and I said, "Okay, never mind." But yeah, thanks for this, friends. Thanks for coming. I used to have seizures as a child. I always knew it was about to happen because my tongue would get numb, and I would start to drool. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, some people
Mhm.
they'll go. I've seen that. They'll smack, but your tongue would get numb. That's an interesting trigger, or at least a heads up. I know some people smell like metallic as well, so that's pretty cool. They would ask me questions like, "What is my name?" or accounts to pull me out of them. Yeah, try to get you to come back to it. Yeah, man, reading Lost Empire. Okay. Hello. Thanks for coming. I've had seizures because of high fever at 41. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, they're called febrile seizures, and my daughter had one when she was an infant. Not knowing that this would be something we would deal with 8 years later, but after she received her vaccines at like 6 months, um, she had 106 temperature and was put into the NICU, and she ended up having a seizure. And so those are high fevers will definitely, your brain is on fire, and so those neurons are firing like crazy. I don't anymore, thankfully. I'm glad. Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely keep those temperatures down. That was a thing that we had to deal with when she had COVID back in November. Yeah, they were sparking like crazy. I was like, yeah, you're not going to school. You're not, well, one, you have COVID, but I had to keep her back a couple extra days because of it. I'm gonna head out so I can get to sleep. Sleep off the sickly. Oh no, I hope you feel better.
I hope you feel better.
I feel better.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a 30-minute. I'm getting to a really good part, so I just want to read a little bit more. Brandy, are you having sprints tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll have sprints for sure.
I'll be in the comments. I have to work both jobs until midnight tomorrow. So
That was fun.
I'm like, I hate it here. This will probably be my last year. Like, when I tell you I did 15,000 steps in 3.5 hours, yeah,
Yeah,
I was busting.
that makes sense.
Busting. I hate it. And it's not even as bad as it was last year. It was worse last year. So yeah, y'all can have it. I'm too old for this to be doing that many steps. I couldn't feel my feet. I was like, my feet hurt, my hips hurt, my knuckles hurt. I've never had knuckle pain before, but yeah, definitely had that. So yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna sit at home and work. I'd rather do that. All right, this will be the last sprint. So I will see y'all back in 30 minutes. Happy reading, everyone.
Right?
This book. Mm, I love it. But that is it, guys. We are finished with sprints for the night. I appreciate you guys coming, as always. I believe I have set up Wednesday. That's the only evening I have off this week. Yes, not. I have it set up for Wednesday.
This is so good. I'm at 64%.
They're the couple that were separated or no divorced. They got back together, right?
Yes.
Oh, in the first book.
So each book features, because there's 3 best friends. So each book is focused on one of them, with the other ones making a guest appearance.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah. It's really good. Definitely an autobiography for me.
Oh, absolutely. I want to read Hoop series, but I'm not emotionally ready for it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into that either.
It needs to be like the spring or summer,
This?
I'm excited for that to come out. Okay, good night. Good night, everyone. 28 pages. Or how's your book, Brandy?
It's good. I'm 100 pages in, so I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You're welcome. Let Us Descend. Jasmine Ward. I want to read that.
Yeah, I've been seeing that around.
It's deep. I'll say that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's
Well,
Oprah's book club pick, so
definitely don't want to read that this month. Uh-oh.
yeah. Breaking at the 200 mark. Okay, that's really good. 100, almost 100 down. Almost 100. You got this. You can finish that in 2 days. All right, guys. Good night, everyone. See you later. Thanks for coming.
Night.